yeah, baby, let's go, baby, baby. Gosh, that was embarrassing. Please give the feedback. Gifting it to friends or giving it. follower goal. Follower goal. Hey Jaden, what's up? What's up? I'm just fixing my stream real quick before I do some other stuff. Don't mind me. It's crap that I haven't updated in forever. For some reason I can't get the, I'm using the Twitch direct integration for goals now, which is good because the API is much better. It's not like inaccurate, which is the case with the Streamlabs one, because it just alerts based on whether or not, it doesn't like update them out. Like if you get bot subs or something, it auto refreshes, but this is weird. So it looks like you can't have multiple goals embedded into your browser, which is dumb. It's the same number. It's the same address for both of them, right? So this is subscription. And that's follower. Okay, so what's the point of having two? This is so dumb. Like when these companies have so much money and they miss these like super minor like this feature is more frustrating. It shouldn't even exist in my opinion. Like what? So you can have two goals, right? But you can't embed two. It only lets you embed one. That is so wacky. See, like, so if I take this subscription goal, or wait, if I take this follower goal and I embed it to the follower goal, it doesn't even freaking work. Bro, that's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like, why would you do this? Sometimes I think like the people who manage these big corporations are just not human. Like, this is such an obvious like lose maneuver. Oh gosh. I'm gonna have to go back and get my... I'm just gonna not have the sub goal, I guess. Or the follower goal. That's fine. Use the sub goal only. Follower goal will be like on the panel, so that's something. Okay, I think we can go back to game dev for a change. Okay, so this is what we got. Server's already started. If we start up the game, push in, the player controllable, joined. You can see there's a message when you join. You join with another one, there's another message. This one's controllable. So now the issue is the persistence in which one is controllable and which one is not. This primarily goes back to there being an issue with the ID settings for each character and how to pull those and use those to control whatever character we need to control. So I tried a bunch of stuff and then I had to go and reverse all my work multiple times. In fact, while I'm at it, let's save the project as it is right now, because this is probably the closest I've been. So we're gonna go ahead and just grab this, and I'm just doing it super Godot. For those of you who don't want to like code and stuff, this is like the super Godot way to back up your so you can just go add file, upload files, and then I just drag the two directories in. It'll pick up all the ones I need to do. I'm gonna name this, if I can click it, it's like a game. And I'm gonna say, what was it? Just need to get the player instantiations working. Godot is really great for GitHub because it's so small. The files are so small. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. There's an RPC issue. I gotta figure that out. That's the next thing we're gonna do. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so there's an RPC issue. Let's gotta figure that out. So something is using an RPC that doesn't have a connected node path. So we have submit. Let's look at all of the RPCs we have. I only have a couple, so one we have is any peer. Submit chat message. It could be this one. So share message and submit chat message. Let's look at the so submit chat message, there's definitely a peer here. And then share message. Now, just for the sake of experimentation, if I comment these out and restart the server, it should technically work because I believe that RPCs only need to be on the one that's calling, not the one that's calling, not the one that's being called. In which case I should so it's looking like the chat doesn't work. Yeah, definitely doesn't work. Okay, so I'm gonna try and do the reverse now. RPCs back. Let's see if it breaks it. So submit chat and share message. Oh, now this is going to be on the so this doesn't work either. So if they don't both have the RPC on them, let's actually restart. This server's not on, so that actually makes sense that it didn't work. Okay, so apparently RPCs have to be on from both sides, right? RPC stands for remote pres. So on the thing you're calling. Hey, Gimmer, what's up? Yeah, so if they're both interacting, it has to be on for both of them, right? Because what this is there's an RPC on both sides, and that makes it so the chat interaction works. So now that I've turned it on in both sides here, I'm just trying to get better understanding of the engine. Yeah, so now it works. You see how it has this Joseph develops joined, which is, I made it so the name is pulled from your email automatically because I haven't created a database yet. So the first half of your email will function basically as a login temporarily while I'm still getting the prototype along. And you can see another person joined here, and it's joined, and then the chat works on both sides. Gimmer. See, like that. Now the thing that I'm trying to get working is this movement and spawning. So yeah, it's something like that. It's basically like well, the way I'm doing it, it actually shows your own message. When you type a message, it shows it on your own thing, and that's local. So you don't have to receive the message, right? If it is you, they all have like an ID, and it's basically when the server gets it, it doesn't send you back your own messages, but it does send them to the other players. Definitely some debate on whether or not that's the most viable way to do it. Maybe as I get better at the networking thing, I will make it so it has to go through the server in order for it to get sent. That's pretty much the norm. I just excluded it for now because, yeah, I don't know. That's just how I'm doing it, and it works enough to where I'd rather there's other things that are a higher priority in this prototype project. That's like in my opinion, that's an optimization thing. Only snag with that is that you might see your own messages before other. Yes. Yeah, it's an optimization, but yeah, definitely not totally optimized. 100%, it would be better, and it is the best move to make it so everybody, when the message is printed on the server, everybody sees it as close to a time as possible. And if it's not sent to one, it's better if it's known that it didn't get sent for whatever reason. So having it go through the server to everyone would cause less confusion if there's like a server error or something and the message ultimately is not sent. Another thing I have to what is the default RPC for, let me check, for Godot. RPC Godot for defaults, because with Godot has like a reliable method and it also has a unreliable method. The reliable method is slower, right? But it confirms that it was sent. See, like, now what I need to figure out is what the default is. Okay, by default, RPC only, this is actually an outdated article. The syntax isn't like this, but this part is still correct. By default, RPC only allows calls from the multiplayer authority, which is the server by default. So maybe I might be wrong, because if it just says RPC, oh, this one says any peer. So because this is set to any peer, you'll have an RPC listener, and clients don't print their own messages to themselves. It might not be RPC listener, hence guaranteed everyone gets, yes. Yes, I will make it that way as I get better at doing the thing. So 100% agree that that's the best way to do it. and that's the general way to do it. The limitation is my own skill. I don't want to go and move it around while it's working. By default, the RPC only allows calls from the multiplayer authority, which is the server by default. You can optionally set the multiplayer authority per node basis, setting the multiplayer authority method. Oh, this is cool. So I did this, I think, because basically I'm okay with the way the chat works now, and I'm just gonna leave it. I think it's fine for a prototype. The next thing I have to do is get the RPC set up for the movement integration, and then I'll come back as I get better at RPCs, right? So there is a call local. It's possible to instruct the engine that a specific function has called local when sending RPCs. If I, for example, wanted this to only go on the server, I would go to, I would enter call remote here. Then I would come over to the server here for the submit chat message, and I would say there's some kind of thing I did to exclude it from certain one. If peer and peer IDs, if peer ID is not ID, RPC ID. Okay, so what this does is it changes your ID. So this checks for your ID. So this one is pass. I don't need the any peer. Yeah, so if I commented this out, I could do that optimization we're talking about now. Let me try. So if I comment this out, and then I come back, go back to the client and switch this to call remote. So I'm starting the server in the other window, in the other screen, and then I'm gonna start this one and see what happens. Okay, so it is working. No, it's not. So this one, when I click send, it doesn't go there, but however, okay, so it doesn't work with call remote. So before it was all peers. Oh, before it was any peer. Let's try authority, which I think is the default. Right now I'm on the client. The client is what is showing on screen. Okay, so this works, I think. Wait, no, it doesn't. So I have to do all peers for some reason. here's the server-side function. It's submit message and share message, these two. You're missing the remote keyword. So I would put in here call remote. Oh. Do I still need the RPC function? Or do I just call it remote? Like this. Wait, hold on. Let me look at that syntax again. Or the RPC, I don't know what that's called. The thing with the @ sign. What is that? What do you call the RPC? What the hell? I can't just comment that out. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm not sure if remote still works, bro. It might be a 3 point something that changed in 4.0. Because this isn't. I think now it's all about the RPCs. Yeah, now they do like a RPC. Actually, though, that's a you gave me a clue though, because I go to call remote here, and that actually will do the same function as you're describing. Local something now. Yeah, it's called local maybe. It'd be called a decorator in Python. Yeah, let's call it a decorator. RPC is a decorator. I think that's a functional name until some other GD Godot script snob comes along. Yeah. It's good though to know, like, I'm new to Godot, so not understanding Godot 3, like right now, trying to understand Godot 4.0 without understanding like 3 at all is very difficult because there's like not a lot of docs that apply just to 4.0. So understanding how to translate, 3.0 to 4.0 is definitely a viable skill, Haven't used them much. Decorators? Yeah. I don't even know what they're called, so clearly I haven't used them much. It's usually an indication that you don't know someone too well if you don't remember their name. Not always the case, though. It's not 100%. Multiplayer changes. Yeah. I think I've seen that article. Even that one, I think, is kind of old, if memory serves. Oh, no, this one is... Yeah, well, it's not super old. September 21. A lot of these things, like the way the RPC, the actual, like from a conceptual standpoint, most of this stuff is still pretty right from what I can tell, but the syntax has changed slightly. So it is good if you can translate the syntax. Like for example, nowadays you enter these as a string or in quotes or however you want to say it. Reliable or unreliable order no longer exist. Now it's just ordered, and ordered is always unreliable, I think, something like that. So this is a good article, but yeah, it's a little outdated as well. Godot is a desert right now for documentation. Godot 4 is, so yeah, more so to further make the point that if you know 3.x, then you're going to have a much easier time learning Godot 4. Strictly because I've learned Godot 3x quite a bit because I have to be able to translate some of these older documentations and video tutorials. But very much still a newcomer to the scene. I haven't really used Godot 3 at all. I installed it, but I never really actually did anything with it. So let's see if this works. I'm gonna put this server back in the other window, and then for the most part, I keep the client code in the screen. So if you're curious which one I'm looking at, it's almost always the client. Leave it blank for the client? Yeah, I think you're right. For some reason, it's not loading right now. Let's try that. I'll go ahead and change the RPC to no RPC. Just the default. Okay, so joined. Okay, the joined works. Let's see if the chat works. Nope, chat don't work. So I think maybe the chat might be on something else. I'm getting crashes. Change this is allowed. Submit chat message is not allowed in the root. Oh, I don't have authority to control the server, apparently. This one does because it's RPC 1. So I have to, okay, so what? That's weird. Why would I call a function inside of a function like that? But this, the way this is set up, it will do the submit chat message. Where's my on connected to server message? So basically neither of these are working. The connected to server is somewhere else. Yeah, this isn't on the server. There's nothing here either. That's just local. So let me pull the server back. The on client connected works, which is this. var message. So this is on client connect. I do this, I do var, I create a new variable called new message, message joined, and then the RPC share message. So this RPC share, where's that? Where's the share message? Okay. So the share message is an empty call. So I call it remote here. So this is being called on the and then it's actually blank in the client share message here, and then this happens, the chat say data. Huh. So it's basically like I don't have the authority to submit the chat message, I think. I can just give it authority like this. Let's try that. In the first argument, client 1 is the server, yeah. Okay, so still not working with the chat. Not working with either. Ask the server to do something. Where's the peer ID coming from? Peer ID is more of something that I'm using to where does the peer ID come from? I think it was like a thing I made. So there's no peer ID here. I'll pull the server over. Actually, let me pull this authority off since that didn't do anything. And I'm also going to, at least for now, just double check that I can backtrack. Like I'm getting a little nervous now because I had something that was working, and through optimizing it, I should rephrase that. Through the attempt at optimizing it, I broke it. So I'm gonna just put everything back to how it was before I proceed. This is where I was, okay. So I'm just gonna double check that I can get it to just work again. Because I get nervous. Okay, so this is with it, with the left message is not working. No, I am using Git. I'm using Git, but I don't want to like... That was a more effective way to reverse the damage I did and get back to square one than pulling my Git repo. But I use Git for this project. It didn't take me a long time, right? Did it? Did that seem like a long time to you? It's more about, it's not so much about getting the project just to work. It's more about understanding why it broke and being able to recreate a working version through the experimentation. Yeah, well, in this particular situation, there was no potential progress changes because I knew how far the data was. I do have a repo that I updated at the before I started today. It's still nerve-wracking, even if you have your, like, it's still fair for me to get nervous, even if I have everything backed up. But yes, you're right. Having a backup is very important, especially when you get to the point where you can't like just recite everything you're doing from memory. Okay. Okay. So now we're kind of going to do this optimization thing, which I think will help me learn about RPCs a little bit more and get a little bit more comfortable with them. So now this is the way this is currently working. It's any peer on this. This is the server I'm looking at. And then I have, if the peer ID is not equal to ID, then RPC peer ID share message to the new data. So what this does is this excludes I don't even know what this does. I wrote it, but I don't totally get it. Basically, it sends it to it sends it to everybody except who sent the message. Iterating over a list of peers. Yes. What would happen if I just did this? Would it put in 2 messages? This is just purely experimentation. For learning. No, I read the comment. And what I'm trying to do is change what it does. Okay, so that still works. Okay, so this is what I thought would happen. So if we remove that, it'll just post the same message twice in your own user and then once in the other. Okay, that's good. That means one of the messages is being sent from the server, which is what I want. So now, what I need to do is make the chat messages not show locally. So I can come here and change this to get remote, I believe. Something like that. Call remote. And this will make it so messages only send over the server, which is what I want. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so it doesn't send your own message to yourself. I want the message to go over the server. Oh, it's still double sending. Wait, that one double send too? They're all double sending now. Okay. Go to the chat script. Why did call remote not do it? Go to the chat script if you insist. This all looks fine. I don't see why I would mess with this. Remove say there. Oh. So this is where it says it locally. This is the local say. Oh, okay. Impressed you remembered that. Early on, overriding the server. Yeah, just because I didn't know what I was doing. Much like now. Okay. So the join message worked. Okay. So the call remote stuff doesn't really matter, right? Is that what I'm starting to understand? Like I can use any RPC here. It doesn't. It's that I was posting it locally. It's just not needed in this instance. Yeah, it matters, but not for this. It doesn't affect this particular feature. That's a better way to phrase it, yes. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it. My minimalist nature will, okay, so that's actually working server only now. So if I close the server here to test it, eventually I'll do like server went down notifications and stuff, but I'm not ready to do that yet. It's just, if it doesn't work, then who cares? Okay, so if I take the server down, right? And then I try to type nothing. Okay, I like that better. Excelente. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to fix is the character synchronizer with the players. So the add player character, should I be the one I add an RPC to? I can do it like this. RPC. Actually, let's leave the old code. Just do you have the mess I sent you? Oh, you sent me something? Like on Discord? It has that more or less working, the project from last night. I'm a little bit hesitant to look at that because I'm already feeling confused enough, and I'd rather just kind of redo it. Like, when you're trying to learn something, it's a little bit incomprehensible for me to like look at all of that new information because I'm going to get distracted by other changes that exist in your code. Before, when you sent me like a working prototype of just a server with the chat, that was at an earlier stage of development, and I had a better grasp on, well, at least I thought I didn't really, but I thought I did. And now that I'm a little bit deeper in, recreating a lot of the functionality that I previously already had working, like the player movement, it's proved to kind of mix me up a bit, and I don't want to do that again. So, but if you could isolate some of the specific places where you made the changes and send me that, so I don't have to go over all the code, and you wanted to make changes to the specific, like, my guess is that I have to change something related to the setup client here, and I also probably have to change something to related to the add player, something like that. So there's only as far as I can see, there's only like a couple places in which I would need to change the code a little bit in order to get it working as it is right now. See, right now it's not loading a character at all. Possibly because that RPC thing I just did. Yeah, okay, so when I tried to do the add player character on the server, it didn't work. What was the... Why? Tell me why, Godot. Let's find out why. I gotta look at the errors. Probably because there's not an argument. Right? That would be my guess. Now I have to... Now the problem with the argument is the argument defines... Okay, so that didn't work. So I just realized there's no add player character on the server, so I have to add that. So of course the RPC is not going to work. I have to add an RPC here so that it's accessible, right?
brought levity to each other's lives. But there's a lot more to life than that, and I realized that in these last few years. And we just became very different people. And so we had nothing in common overnight. It's very strange, but that happens.
Setup client is not RPC. Okay. Why is it trying to call setup client?
I saw it when I walked, boy. Oh, so it's not the setup client is trying to call this.
and that's why it's saying it's not connected. So it's the add player. Okay, so I'm almost positive this has to do with the issue of IDs. So I have to find a way to get it to be where one is the authority, the client you're on is the authority over your character. And right now I'm at the stage where it's like the spawning of your character. So basically, if I do authority here, and then I go over to processing, player here, and I bring this conditional back, I should not be able to control the character. And I cannot, because I do not have authority. Same here, no authority. Okay, so come back to network.
In Godot 4, there's a couple new multiplayer nodes that make certain aspects of networking way easier. I have a little project set up here with the main scene. It just contains a mesh instance for the floor, a directional light, and a menu. The menu has a host and join button, as well as a line edit that takes a port number. In the script there's a function that handles setting up the server, and another for setting up the client, as well as a function that instantiates a player character scene, sets its name to the unique PRID of the player it's being added for, and then adds it to the main scene. The player character scene has a mesh instance as its root node, and just a child camera 3D. The script attaches a little bit of code that handles the inputs needed for a first-person controller. For now, we'll just use this overworld camera instead of the first-person cameras on the character nodes. So the first node we'll look at is the multiplayer spawner. When a node from the auto-spawn list is added to the spawn path on the multiplayer authority, by default that's the server, the multiplayer spawner will add an instance of that node to the spawn path on every other peer. Also, when a peer connects, the multiplayer spawner will add all the existing instances on the server to that new peer's spawn path. The spawn limit is on the auto spawn node, and it's as simple as that. When we run the game, a player character scene will be automatically added for each player on the server side and the client side. It looks like there's just a single player added for each player on the server side and the client side. It looks like there's just a single player character on the client because they are both spawning in the exact same position. I haven't set the multiplayer authority in the add player character function because that will only be set for the client's remote player character instantiated on the server. The only property that is duplicated over onto other peers from the server is the name property. Next up is the multiplayer synchronizer. The multiplayer synchronizer is used to synchronize properties across the network. The properties on each peer will continuously be set to the values of a scene with the synchronizer that is the multiplayer authority. This will be the locally controlled player character on each peer. I'll first show you an implementation that doesn't quite work, but I'm pretty sure it is the way that the synchronizer is intended to be used and will work in future releases. Maybe I'm just being dummy and missing something, and if that's the case, I'll add an info card to a video with the correct information. After I show you this way, I'll show you how I managed to get it working. So I'll start by adding a multiplayer synchronizer to the player character scene. This will keep track of and synchronize selected properties on the node at the root path and its children. To select which properties to synchronize, you go to the replication tab at the bottom here and click add property to sync. Then you choose a node and all its built-in properties will be displayed. If you want your own custom properties to show up here, you just need to export them. For now, I'll just add the position property. There are two checkboxes here. Spawn means the property will be synced when the character is first added to the scene, and sync means the property will be continuously synced at a regular interval, which is set here. I won't get into visibility too much in this video, but essentially it just determines which peers will receive the updated property values. Public visibility means all the peers receive them. Next, we need to set the multiplayer authority of the synchronizer. Remember how I said the name property is duplicated over to the clients? Since we set the unique ID of the player controlling each character, we can
Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm going about this all wrong. I didn't even make a player scene. Okay. So let me backtrack on some stuff. I didn't realize when I reset my stuff back, I actually pulled out a lot of stuff that I need. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fix that. Okay, so there is no network synchronizer set up. So that's a mistake. Oh no, there is a multiplayer synchronizer, but there's no... Holy crap. The scenes are not synchronized. Wow. It's amazing everything worked as well as it did. Okay, so scene, I gotta move some shit around. Pull it over here. So basically, I pulled back an earlier version and I didn't realize that a lot of the stuff that I need is not here anymore. Now the window's messed up. I can't grab it to minimize it. I'm just gonna reopen it. So server. Okay, so could a super simple chat implementation just be to give the client authority and add items, messages to the chat box? And have the multiplayers. You know, that's an interesting question. I couldn't get the multiplayer synchronizer to work with chat, and I would say it's a bit of a bloated solution for that. From what I can tell, with Godot 4, sending chat messages is a relatively, I say simple like it's easy, but that's going to trigger code more, but it's not a complex mechanically, right? It's more why it was difficult is more just me understanding Godot. However, player movement has features like prediction, like Godot has features like prediction and easing and smoothing and stuff that are very good for movement. So the necessity of chat using the synchronizer is not very high, because you're not like, oh, that chat message, lag. That never is like a gameplay experience for the user. But if your character's like teleporting around, it's a much bigger deal. Yes, no. The message in the list is an exposed parameter that the multiplayer synchronizer could sync. Hypothetically, however, I have not been able to get it to work. I tried to use the sync. Initially, when I set up this prototype, I actually got the movement part working, right? And I couldn't get the chat working. And of course, that was before it was on now it's on a dedicated server setup, which it's much easier to do the synchronizer on a non-dedicated server, because everything's already like the same. But I did get the player working, and then I kind of rebuilt it when I separated into a dedicated server, and then the player didn't work after that. But I will say that the player synchronizer worked really well when I had it working on my non-dedicated server, on my peer-to-peer setup. And it's like more optimized. I tried doing it just by code as well to get the player moving around, and I don't know what's going on under the hood enough yet, but it's just way smoother for movement. So the chat, hypothetically, what you're saying is true. However, I was not able to get it to work on peer-to-peer on a non-dedicated server setup. I couldn't. I tried to do it. I tried to get the message so the box would just sync and it would do it. I could get it to where the control of the box would sync and the inputs would be the same, but getting the chat message to sync was weird. So I think there's a way to do it, but it's not as out of the box with the synchronizer as player movement is. The synchronizer, from my expectation, you would have to add have to import your own, I don't know, would you call it a property, I guess? So like if you go to the network here, right, there's a not here. In game there's there's a multiplayer synchronizer, and if you look at it, it has all these properties, right? So properties was the word. So you can import custom properties into it, right? Which is what you would do for a chat. It's just at that point I didn't really know how to do that, and as it is now, the chat is working fine. So, and I have an understanding of how it works, and it feels safer to me. Yes, exactly. So, you probably have an idea of like where I'm at as a Godot developer. I'm more in favor of just getting it to work, and it works. And the solution I have now is like good enough, and it won't lag the game and take a bunch of server. It won't make Amazon AWS charge me on your per bit transfer rate, you know. So I can set up like a prototype and have it uploaded, and that's really the goal. And the way the chat is set up now, it's relatively optimized. Eventually, you can like put these packages together, but I do think that chat should be like put in separate packages than player movement. Usually, from what I would guess, it's like you would put like all the stuff that has to deal with player movement, and then like chat in its own like set of packages, and you can also like, to optimize them, you can make the integers so they're like shorter or whatever. I don't know the exact terminology, but you can use like for the positioning, you can use like lower scale integers. Yeah, that would be a cool thing. I have kind of a semi-following, and being able to just package it up for other Godot users to use and release something like that for free, I would be totally open to. Furthermore, if you wanted to do that, you can look at my code as it is now. At this point, with the prototype level of this project, I'm going to keep it totally public. It is now currently public on GitHub. At a certain point, when I start getting a little bit more, where it's actually kind of turning hopefully into more of like a real game and it's not just a prototype, I will maybe not have it be public. But if anybody wanted to take all the stuff that I'm trying to put together and clean it up and put it into an add-on, I would be all about it, you know. And then people can just plug it in. Got no problem with that. even if you wanted to put it on your own GitHub or whatever, I'd be totally cool with that too. That's usually what I say when somebody's like, hey, you should do this. This sounds like a good idea. One thing you learn as an adult doing business is like, oh yes, that is a really good idea. You should do it. And then it's like, no, I want you to do it. Wait, you want me to do it? It's your idea. So yeah. You should do it. You always have to beat somebody when they're going to tell you that you should do something. You have to tell them first. No, you should do it. Oh, cool. I have chat messages in YouTube. Hold on, I'll be right back. It's probably spam, but let me just check it because I don't have YouTube up right now. I've been getting followers on my live stream YouTube channel. It's kind of weird. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't get any messages. Never mind, I'm just joking. Maybe that was all your message? I don't know. Oh, that's really weird. But overkill for tiny projects. Matrix.dogs and project.sdk.go. That's weird that that message got... Oh, it did. Now it shows. Your last message didn't show. For like a while. But that sounds great. Really, my number one goal with this project isn't like actually turning it into a game at this point. I'm really just trying to get better at Godot. That's really the goal here. So I will release this prototype probably on itch or something if I can get it to work where you can log in and run around and talk to people. But beyond that, not too many specific plans for me. As far as using this, I'm not at the point where I'm ready to say, yeah, this is my next main project. You know, like it's not. We're way away from there. I'm not confident that I can get Godot to do all the things that I would want to do in order to commit to doing it. So, but so far things are looking pretty good. Okay, so the issue here is I have a player and I don't have the multiplayer synchronizer set up with it. So I need to create a player here. Actually, let me check my bugs first before I get any further. Okay, these are all just recommendation type stuff. No big deal. Okay, so I need to add another node called the player node. Where's player in my other multiplayer spawner? I could just copy it. So it makes sense that I'm not able to actually load the player from the server at this point because I don't have a player on the server. So what I'll do is I'm just going to copy the whole scene. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I do have it. I'm losing my mind. But the player scene has nothing on it now. So what we'll do is it has a multi. Wait, what? I have the script, but I don't have the scene. Oh wait, no, I have the scene. But it's empty. Let's just do this. Okay, so I'm just going to take the player from here and replace it. Here we can just grab. Okay, so cool. You see how it's shaking? That's actually a good sign. So what's going on here now is that the alien is actually loading in 2 spots and he's colliding with himself. So what I have to do is set the RPC to be only on the server. Got a concept, but I'm having trouble visualizing what I want it to look like. Okay, so the player spawning is 1. So now it's just loading 2 characters in 1. Let's see what happens if I open another client. There should be 2 now. Yeah, see? And they should actually be controllable separately. Oh no, maybe not. Oh no, it's using the same controllers. So now the next step is to make an authority. So I want to call remote, but I also want to give this authority. So we're going to do authority, call remote, and then I'm going to come over to network here, or to player. And then I'm going to reactivate this player authority. Okay, so now I can't move because the authority is set up improperly. Let's actually check one thing to see if we're spawning 2 characters, because I don't think we are. So the way I can tell is the light will increase if I'm pushing one on top of the other. So we see the way the light is now. Watch it. Oh, so I am spawning 2 characters. That's actually kind of good. In a way, let's check the debugger. The RPC node checksum. So now I'm having an issue with the nodes lining up correctly. I think it might be because I don't have an RPC on the add player node. We'll see in a second here. Yes, so that might be it. So it's not actually accessible at this point through. So now, wait, he didn't get brighter. Huh, that is interesting. Did I remove the requirement for authority? Okay, my multiplayer authority thing was misspelled, so let me try to see if that was it. Server's on. Still not moving. Is it gonna spawn another one? You can watch the light. Nope. Let's look at the debugger. There was another error on my server, so let's see if I fixed it. More errors. None are game breaker errors. Still can't move. Anything on the debugger? Okay, so now that authority is given, I can make this into an RPC so that I can control this locally. I think that's right. I'm like, so like, what is going on? That's interesting. It like logged me out immediately. Maybe the server crashed? See if the light increases. Nope. Okay, and I'm gonna remove the need for authority because that's the thing I'm having trouble setting. So now there's no authority required, but it's only loading one. And it's weird because part of the reason that happened is when I added the player authority. Let me try to remove it. Doesn't RPC mean remote procedural call? Not sure. Can RPC any virtual methods? Don't totally understand what you mean. Okay. So this one loads two. But it's just like I'm controlling both. So I can't use physics process. Okay, that sounds right. That sounds right. Especially because the movement should already be synchronized from the character synchronizer and the spawner, so that should be done elsewhere. So this time it's loading two. So actually, yeah, this is better. Inside physics, but not sure you can make the method RPC actually call directly. Yeah, that seems like it would be bloated anyway. It's really not the solution. I'm just kind of screwing around, but yeah, that's definitely not the ideal solution. So now that I've removed that, I'm gonna try and put the RPC back on the spawner, because that's part of the heart of the issue I'm having is setting authority. Like that's really the heart of the issue with this.
So now I have to, let me remove the authority thing. I don't need this now. So this is the one. I need to set the multiplayer authority. You can't do this, can you? Maybe I can just RPC on the ready. Will that work? Yeah, Godot 3 is different for sure. Here, I'm gonna actually, when I spawn, I'm gonna have it tell me the multiplayer authority. Print. Think that'll work? Get multiplayer authority just because ready is also a virtual method. And I need to be more clear. I don't know if this will work. How can I see if it has multiplayer? Here, I can do this. I can say if synchronizer. Actually, let's just do this. We'll say you have multiplayer authority. Okay, it's not saying you have multiplayer authority. So it's not giving me multiplayer authority over the specific client I want it to. And that's really the heart of the problem. The multiple characters are spawning in. You can see because I can move, right? And then if I go log in. Oh, weird. Now it's like spawning, not spawning 2 anymore. Wait, what? How? How is that the result?
You see the guy, he's gonna get brighter, right? Oh, maybe not. So for something I did, it removed the multiple load-ins. That doesn't work either now. Do those characters have collisions? Yeah, they do, but I'm not really too worried about that right now. I just want them to show up. Yeah, that's possible, but that's not the issue here. And furthermore, if they were both spawning in the same place, they would move. It might move like in an erratic way where they get like pushed off the map, but they would move. So it wouldn't be like they can't move because of the collision. It would be like they'd push each other away. Which I can make that happen, I think, if I want to get back to that. The quickest way to do that would be like if I instantiated them. Here's a way I could reproduce that. I could do call local. And if I do that, it'll load 2, I think. Or maybe not. Do you need the quotes? Yeah, you do now. It's changed. That's a new thing. Yeah, if you want to look at the project directly, let me know. I'll update the Git. So far, I'm just like sharing this publicly. If anybody cares to look at it, they're welcome to. Try something kind of crazy just because I'm like super curious. But I'm gonna save this player on here. Then I'm gonna just copy this to the other player just out of sheer curiosity. See what happens.
very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had?
Process simplify path.
Very much alike. All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Part of me thinks maybe I should just create all the player stuff from scratch and start over. Do I have enough time to do that now? I might put in another GitHub update and then just do it from scratch. How repetitive is this song? Jeez. That was embarrassing. Yesterday I spoke in front of the county here, the local county government, and I started breaking down a little. Yeah, dude. What is a virtual method? When that is declared as a virtual, as God, man. Do you have any food here? Some fruit, I guess. I'm gonna take a quick break. exact amount, but roughly the flight was 250, and then the remaining amount was for my phone. I think it totaled around 500-ish. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, and one should be Aloha Airlines, and the other one's Amazon. Oh, Hawaii. back. I'm gonna be here for a little bit, probably like an hour. Let me change the view. I fell asleep actually. That happens to me recently. I've been so like trying to do so much stuff that I'll like pass out. Just randomly like on the couch. Oh, big face. That's weird. Why is it doing that? Yo, Corpse Jack, how you been? Long time no see, man. Holy guacamole. Yeah, I've been streaming again like a week. Kind of stopped for a while. I'm gonna watch this video to see if I can learn how to do this.
In Godot 4, there's a couple new multiplayer nodes that make certain aspects of networking.
I've been
way
using Godot,
easier.
by the way.
I have a little project set up here with the main scene. It just contains a mesh instance for the floor, a directional light, and a menu. The menu has a host and join button, as well as a line edit that takes support.
Disaster.
In the script, there's a function that handles
Might get
setting
an
up the
energy
server,
drink today to
and
get me
another
through.
for setting up the client, as well as a function that instantiates a player character scene, sets its name to the unique PRID of the player it's being added for, and then adds it to the main scene. The player character scene has a mesh instance as its root node, and just a child camera 3D. The script attaches a little bit of code that handles the inputs needed for a first-person controller. For now, we'll just use this overworld camera instead of the
gonna go to the next
first-person
video.
cameras on the character nodes. In this video, I'll be creating dedicated server versions of the projects for my RPC networking demonstration.
So I'm not working on Familia anymore? Not really. I'm gonna just leave it. Oh, whoa. Gotta stop this, it's gonna crash my computer. Not super, really, no. Yeah, I'm not doing RPG Maker, really. I mean, this isn't even really like a long-term project, but yeah.
And multiplayer nodes videos. These projects will act as a client, so you'll want to have them ready to go. Links to both of them will be in the description. I'll begin with the RPC project. So this starting server project just has a button for starting the server, an input for the port to listen to.
So he just said
and another input for the
RPC
maximum
project, so
number
does that mean that you only put RPCs in your server?
players allowed to join. These inputs will have default values in their text properties, and what they are is indicated by the placeholder text. As with peer-to-peer, the path of nodes that communicate over the network must match the paths on the client, so the scene root is called main. First, I'll create a press signal on the start button, and add the code that creates a server using the text values from the port and max players' inputs as arguments. Normally, you'd want error handling here to ensure that these are integers and within the proper ranges.
Godot has its own language. I would say it's kind of an it's called GD script. But it's similar to Python, and it's also similar to JavaScript, and similar. Yeah, if you know Python, you can kind of understand what's going on, sorta.
I'm trying to keep this as simple as
It's more about the logic. Really, at a certain point with programming, it's not so much about different languages, it's about the logic.
possible. And after the server starts,
Like you can easily go in and out of one language to the other. I'm not even really that good of a programmer, and I can kind of do that. Like I can go back and forth with JavaScript. Now, kind of, sort of, I don't know. I don't want to sound pretentious, but I do know for a fact that people who know other languages have come into my channel with no JavaScript, with no GD script experience and known what's going on.
I'll make the menu invisible. Next, I'll add the code to spawn. Spawn characters when a player joins. Even though the server won't have a local player of its own, it will still need to spawn character nodes for each client so its tree matches the client game.
Nobody said anything about an MMORPG, but yeah, I would make a multiplayer open world game. I don't know if I'd call it an MMORPG.
Instances. We'll start by creating a player character scene, Since only the node's names and locations need to match, this can be just a simple node. The player character nodes on the server will need to have RPC functions that match the client's.
Okay, so both need the same RPC functions. Okay, that's something I didn't know. Let's check that. This video that this guy made is so dense. Okay, so let's look at all the RPC functions I have. Okay, so on ready, there's none in here. Go to network, RPC. So we have submit, chat, share message, and add player. So here we have submit chat, share message, on client disconnect, and add player. Oh, that's it. I need to add on the client disconnect. Wait. Okay, wait. Down here. Okay, let's look at the player node now. So any RPCs in here? I have none. Player mode here. I have one here, but I'm gonna just comment that out. Yeah, the code is similar to Python. You can kind of understand what's going on. I've actually gotten better at Python by using Godot. Create server to a null variable. I think the reason why the grammar is similar to Python. That's a good way to put it. Hey code. I thought about maybe popping open your project to kind of see what you did differently. Now what I'm doing is I'm just making sure all the RPCs line up. Because in the video he said you have to have, if you have an RPC on one server, you have to have it on the server that it calls. So, which I didn't know. I didn't know that. RPC is like using walkie-talkies. That's actually a very good way to put it. I can put an on ready on this to make it work, right? Something like this. And maybe not. I'm just gonna comment it out for now. So, Code, tell me real quick, in the original project you gave me, did you call it client in both of them? Because I think I might have changed it to server and like forgot. So and I'm talking about for I called it lobby. Oh, so it was lobby on both of them though, right? So this should be client. Okay, that helps. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna change these all. This one is kind of weird because it's multiplayer peer, which should be client, but it's still broken. Do I have to make this an onReady variable? Something like that. That doesn't seem to be fixing it. Oh, it doesn't equal server, it equals client. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna comment this back out again. It is pure, actually. The properties of multiplayer are preset. Oh, so am I supposed to say multiplayer peer instead of client? Is multiplayer peer like a variable that's built into Godot? Oh. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So I shouldn't say client, I should say multiplayer peer here, right? Like that. Although now it's saying it's not. I'm getting confused again, which is kind of how I always am, so I guess I should just be used to it, but I'm just gonna leave it the way it was because I don't understand. So these are not synced. So it's saying the player ID is 1. So what's happening here? Let me check the debugger real quick to see if there's anything egregious. No, all of it's pretty minor stuff. There's the issue I'm having is setting the ID properly for the spawned in player. Like that has been the issue for a while. Like this should be ID, not 1. Where does it change the name? Of the ID. Character preload res instantiate. How do I get the name of the ID? And so I can put it in here so that I can set the authorities correctly. Set multiplayer authority. This should already override it. Let me double check to make sure my chat still works before I go any further. Make sure I didn't break it. Because that's a thing that I like to do. It did break. Fuck. God damn it. And I don't even know where it broke. Here, this is broken. Do I have a submit chat message over here? An RPC. Actually, I don't need the RPC there. I just realized. Where's my server down? What's going on here? Fucker doesn't work. I broke it again. God damn it! I hate this! How did I break it? I didn't even do anything that extreme. Bro, I hate this project. Like, it's really killing my soul. Let me just start disconnecting things. It's fucking broken. Jesus. I broke it with the multiplayer peer. Okay, let me check that. Fucking A, motherfucker. Don't break that one too. I break them all, bro. What's the point? What's the point of living? Just rewind a bit. How did I not change it for this long? So this one should be multiplayer peer. Oh, I see what's going on now. Shit, still don't work, mother fricker. I changed them all back to multiplayer peer. Let's check the debugger. Process simplified path. The RPC node checksum failed. The same methods in both. I could swear that I changed it to client and it worked. Let me just do it real fast and then I'll change it back after. Okay. Does that mean I have to change all this other stuff to multiplayer peer? Let me look at the video.
So they can just be left empty. I'll also set the node's name to the multiplayer authority in the ready function. In the server's main script, I'll copy over the add player character function from the original networking demonstration project. This last part that checks if the peer ID is the player's unique ID can be removed, since there will never be a local player character for the server. Then I'll copy over the add newly connected player character and the add previously connected player characters functions. These functions were only called in the client. They just need to be copied over so the server's RPCs match the client.
For this, I just omitted it and just made it all add newly connected player character.
So their bodies can be left blank. I'll also add the call remote parameter for good measure. Now I'll copy over the code for the peer connected signal. Over in the original networking demonstration project, I'm going to remove the host button and code.
So he does do multiplayer peer. He declares a multiplayer peer var at the top.
As well as add inputs on the menu for the server's.
I'll do that. Dude, no. I'm 100% sure at this point that you did not have multiplayer in the initial working prototype. Like, I'm positive. Oh, I see. It's because of the way the RPC is set up. It's not going, I think it's on call local maybe. Okay, and then I can move this guy. That's cool. So let's look at it for network. Submit chat messages. What did I set it to on the server? Set it to any pair. Let's try any pair here. Okay, now it's not. Is the server not on? Oh, yeah, the server's not on. Oh, okay, it works. So there's like an is multiplayer authority function somewhere. Gotta find it. Maybe get multiplayer authority. I need to put a pass. Right here, this one. How do I deal with that? Do I just put an is multiplayer authority in here? Let's try it. I don't know. multiplayer overrides a method. Set multiplayer authority str. Str name to int. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does that mean? Statement after return if function connected. trying to figure out where this name is from. Did you set multiplayer authority on the server? Yeah, so when I use the scene replicator, it happens. So when I disable it, it stops, but I don't know. Thanks for checking. But it has to do with the scene replicator, or this guy. So when this is here, or no, not that one. This guy, the multiplayer synchronizer. When I turn that on the server, it is messed up. So I'm not sure if you need the multiplayer synchronizer both on the server and on the project. Usually you want your nodes to align, so I would assume so, but I don't know. So it has something to do with the synchronizer. Get it in other times. Happens with the sync. You grab authority to move your own character. It's annoying. It's weird because I think part of it is the whole dedicated server thing. Because when I had it where it was just peer-to-peer, everything worked. But I can't get it to work with a dedicated server. Yeah, the synchronizer works better in peer-to-peer. It's not really dedicated servers. It's kind of funky. So that's really the difference, right? Now that I'm trying to go dedicated server, that's why it's like I have to find a new method to move the character. It was very easy when it was just the same file for server and because you didn't have to worry about setting up the sync and making so they all like align, because that's kind of that gets really complicated, right? When you have like all these different RPCs, where if it's one project, it's much simpler to connect them, but it's also not as scalable. What they really need as a feature is so you can, like, I didn't want this at first, but if there was like a way to do Godot and have a server client build where you can immediately see the errors when they interact incorrectly, as if it was the same project, that would be so good. You know, in the same way you can see if your functions and stuff aren't compatible with their own selves within a project. If there was a way to sync two projects up so that it could give you warnings when you make a mistake. Because with this networking code, it's like, one thing I noticed that happens a lot is I'll get really far and I won't realize I broke something, and then I'll have to backtrack. Like in Visual Studio. Is that how it works with Unity? Maybe that's why a lot of people prefer Visual Studio. Does Visual Studio even work with GDScript? Huh. Oh. So you'd have to use C#. VS Code does work with GDScript? That might be something I have to do later. That would help me a lot if it like told me when that would be super useful. I can see the value of it now after doing this for a while. But I don't know. I'll probably be back on later tonight. I gotta go to one of my jobs. I haven't really gotten much further in getting this to work, really, in like honestly the last 2 or 3 days. But I do understand everything a lot more now because I've kind of done a lot of research and stuff. So, I mean, that's good. I really just want to put up a prototype like so bad that it's like it's haunting me in my free time away from the computer. I'm just like, I want to get back and figure this out. So that's really, I think, my advantage just as a developer in general. I'm the type of person who gets really obsessed with certain things. You moved on to getting the database working? So you never got character movement working at all, or you did? Too frustrating? Yeah, for sure, it's frustrating. I might put up a dedicated server just to kind of take a break. Because it's not hard to like update your dedicated server once you set it up. But the thing is I will be changing the dedicated server a lot. This is like very contingent on that. So one thing that I learned today that was very like, what the heck, was on the network. I have this. So this variable is like a engine variable, multiplayer peer, right?
You know, honestly, it could be a thing where the synchronizer straight up doesn't work with dedicated servers. Like, we don't really know. It assigns a dedicated peer for the client server in the application. Do you think it matters? Because in my server, I write server and not client. Do you think I should change it all to client? I tried to change it and it broke, and then I'm like, I don't want to mess with it, but... So like this, see, it's basically the same thing, but I made it say server. Server. And then multiplayer peer equals server. Is that gonna... And then also for setup, like on this one, it's setup client. And then I have an empty one for... That's just the variable name for the enet peer. Yeah, it's okay that it's different, right? Between the server and the client, it doesn't matter. They don't interact with each other. I could see maybe in the setup client, because this is setup client, right? And I did a setup server, and they don't interact, which I don't want. Yeah, it's a local variable, so it doesn't matter. Okay. I named them differently on purpose because I didn't want them to overlap. It's still, honestly, the issue really is authority right now. Like, that's the main thing I gotta figure out how to get. Nope, it's a local variable. So did I recently. Oh, so you're saying you gave them different names, the server and client variable? What did you name them, just out of curiosity? Yeah. No, that's the advantage of naming. That's what was my initial thought. That's my initial thought. Having a server set up client and set up server was nice because you can easily tell at a glance which is which. That is really an issue just with this whole workflow. When you're dealing with a client-server relationship, like not accidentally erasing, like thinking the client is the server. Because if you get on a streak and you just write in a bunch of code, it's like hard to remember where you began, and you have to kind of really go back and re-examine it to fix it, or, you know, pull an older version of it or something, you know? They're essentially the same thing. Yeah, that's why this is so confusing. That's a big part of the problem. I can't figure out how to... What I need is I need to get the player, the ID here, this RPC ID. And I can't figure out how to put the RCP ID as the argument in this add player. Because I gotta give it authority, right? But I already have a multiplayer get unique ID. Or do I? But that's... No, I don't. Let's try put this... Will that work? Let's try it. Okay, so... Oh yeah. It worked to give them, and then now it says you have multiplayer authority. Hey LMP. Hello, my patron. Greetings. Greetings, my Twitch patron, LMP Games. Thank you for visiting us today.
I'm just trying to get the character to move, man. I want to try to put the player synchronizer in again. Now that I got that unique player ID thing. I think that actually might fix it. They are losing their top spot today. What's Zealot? Is that like a game? Wait, what's happening? Oh, I see what you're doing. Zealot is like a random guy too. Like he never ever comes here. So thank you for the subs, my patron, patron LMP. I wish I could do more to say thank you. We got one for Practical NPC, Cat God 9, Nightlight 90. Good guys. Good guys. Thank you very much. I was actually just gonna get off. I'm glad I didn't. Someone gave me money. It's always good not to get off before somebody gives you money. I don't need more viewers. I just need LMP to visit every day. I just need LMP games. It's pretty impressive, I think, that I have had 14 subs, and of those 14 subs, one is my default me, right? It's me. And then the other 13 are all from one person. I think I don't even have, I'm like balding. I don't have a nice rack. And somehow, Benefactor, yeah, for sure. LMP is a Maui Game Studio publisher. Next thing you know, he's gonna come in and start telling me, wait, he's gonna come into my stream and start telling me what to do. I was gonna say like but actually that already happens. And yeah. It's like a real publisher, like a real producer. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, as always. Yep, par for the course, yeah. And I'm over here like, please tell me what to do, because I don't know how to do the code. I want to do one more thing before I go, because I have to leave soon. So here I convert the name. Where do I make the name? Oh, right here. Okay, so I have the authority set up, so now I can go over to player and put this conditional back on. Well, it's not a conditional technically. It's this return. So this, I should be able to move with this return on now. Because basically, if it says if you're not the authority, then you can't move. Okay, so now I can. Because I'm the authority. That's awesome. Bro, that was super helpful, Code. The get ID, whatever. So now, let me try to turn the synchronizer on again. Actually, I already did. I just got distracted by the sub. Okay. I think we're like close as hell. Oh, they're not both showing. Now the synchronizer's still breaking though. Look at these errors. There's so many. So node not found, game network, multiplayer synchronizer relative to root. Oh, I know, I have to look at the remote path. So root, game, network, okay. So let's look at the root path here. remote. Oh. No, they're in the same spot. Or are they? Is one under network? Multiplayer synchronizer. Oh, I think I figured it out just now. So this multiplayer synchronizer is in player, which, oh dude, I figured it out. I fucking figured it out. So the reason the synchronizer is not working is because the root path is different on my player. My player in the game is actually in an additional thing called the universe right here. So you have to go into universe and then into freaking map or something. I don't know. Where's player in game? So it's game. I don't even know. And then the character spawner. I put spawner in your universe. Yeah, so this one, the spawner is in game. Oh no, I got spawner in game, and then the synchronizer is in player. Okay, so the synchronizer is in player, but the thing is that the player here is in a different spot, right? It's in universe, so I have to go game, universe, and then I guess, wait. Where the hell is my spawner? So the spawner, let me close these. I'm pretty sure that the node path is incorrect. With the, okay, so player is under player is going to go where the multiplayer spawner is, which is in game, but the synchronizer is in a different spot. I don't know. It's a universe thing. Maybe it's not wrong. Yeah, I got the spawner working too, just not the movement. I got two of them to join too. It's just you need movement in order to set. I needed to set the authority, which we did now, so it's just a matter of getting two of them to join. And I'm close now. I'm much closer today, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I spawned them in a random spot per the article. Yeah, I thought about doing that. I can tell they're spawned in mine because of the light. So like when two are spawned, it gets brighter, right? So because I have a light on them to kind of emulate like being in the dark. So I can tell that way when I do double spawn. Right now, it's a matter of the RPC's authority over the spawn, which is why I didn't spawn, because I was trying some different things. I actually have to go, like I really have to go. So I'm gonna look for a raid person.
No, just out there, just two.
Practical NPC probably is where we're going. Okay, guys, see you later. It's been a blast.